Good early morning. It's 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, August 1st, 2025. I thought I would do this stream early in honor of the non-farm payroll this morning. I'm real curious to see what that does. I will not be trading, but anyway, this is my virtual journal. The idea here is that it can provide transparency and accountability without any question. This is not for financial advice or trade advice. It is my personal journal. I see what I'm looking at on the screens, and my voice provides some sort of a narration, oversight and insight to what I was thinking. Not sure this is such a good idea here. I'm not quite ready to be rolling, but we're rolling. So looks like we're streaming okay. And as I said, this has been the conclusion day of a tremendous week of noise and news and random threats and et cetera, et cetera. So here we go. There's a description or a disclaimer in the description here. Read that, please. It's not for financial or trade advice. Any times that you see on my screens or that I refer to are Central Standard Time. This is a one-off. Typically, the stream starts every day at 8 o'clock, and I thought I would go an hour early and maybe make this a practice. And we'll see how it goes today for the non-farm payroll. Sometimes it's a big event, sometimes it's nothing burger. With all of this drama, Trump's tariffs, and I'm sure talk about that all night. So we'll see. A pretty big sell-off with regard to the overnight. But let's go through the usual practice here. Let's start with the numbers first. And reports, which are the reason we're up. So today's big event is going to be the non-farm payroll right there at 7:30 in 26 minutes. And then we've got several other global PMI at 8:45, and then the usual and ISM manufacturing PMI. So we've got the usual suspects down there. This will be where I watch for the immediate stuff. You can see all of the overnight noise that was happening. And the pre-market. Okay, so this is this is IRT. You can see where we opened, and the overnight inventory is essentially 100% short. Here's our close. Down we went. We're going to open about, where are we now? 17 to 40, 50 handles down, it would look like. This is the ES Mini NQ, the ES Micro Composite chart, and the ES Market Profile chart. Stand by one. All right, so yeah, we've got about 15 or 20 minutes here now for the non-farm. I'll pick up the usual pre-market and everything after this non-farm payroll. Make sure I've got everything organized first. We're about 100% short. They're expecting a down move. They weren't happy with the Trump tariff story, and I guess a lot of uncertainty there. So the micro composite chart is just a daily RTH session, and each one of these candlesticks is a daily bar. You can see what happened yesterday. It's an outside bar of, I think, all of them, almost the entire 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. So this is all anticipation of the of today's non-farm. The way this works is wherever we have overlapping price, I draw a volume profile around it, and then by doing so, it generates a micro composite volume profile, or micro composite POC, sorry, and the volume profile generates high and low volume nodes, which I push to bookmap. As same as I do the session prices here. Bookmap. These are the micro composites, flags and numbers that I input, high and low volume nodes, full session volume profile, and the RTH session volume profile, which will reset this morning. This is the notes column where I first edit the column title to represent the open type for the day, and I'm assuming we're going to open lower and lower out of range. That's where we are right now. The open type is easy to determine. It is just where we will open today compared to previous RTH session close and the previous RTH session range. Well, we're lower out of range at this point. So that's what I expect. That will also determine the statistics that I put in from the study associated with the open type and by their related price levels. These are the session prices from IRT. And you'll notice there's no indicators on my charts or bookmap. There's a POC for both RTH and full session. POC just marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. Right now it's at 63.14 or 63.15 is the overnight volume point of control. There's a mid for the RTH. There's a RTH and full session VWAP, and then there is the high and low IB, which I can probably find up here somewhere because we're so far out of. Okay, well here's one of them because but they're both under existing values. You can see that the IB high is right here under the previous high. And the IB high and low are nothing mysterious. It's just the high. They only mark the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. Now I'm not awake yet, so I'm going to have some coffee, get ready for this non-farm, and then we'll pick up the usual pre-market after the non-farm flurry dies at about 8 o'clock like usual. So welcome to Friday, August 1st. Hmm. Oh. Man. That's stuff to do, okay? You okay? No, we can't go run around. I can't chase you around the house right now, Panda. So let's see now. Wait for this coffee to kick in. Wow, look at yes. This is pretty funny. Huh? This was yesterday's RTH session, and here so far is the ETH. I'm throwing a marker at the session start of every day or of each session, and then my workflow is to try to keep the session in view through the day here on the chart until I'm at a position where I expect to engage with the market, and then I zoom in, obviously. So here you are. There's yesterday's ETH, and we've been straight RTH, and we've been pretty much straight off all night, mostly on all the tariff noise and uncertainty, news, noise, whatever. Oh man, rough, short night. The one day I didn't need to have the stream start an hour early. Oh well, it happens, right? So I don't know whether I'll continue this idea or not. I thought it would be. It's only one day a month we have the non-farm payroll, and that's such a has been or has the potential to be a very volatile event. I certainly do not trade it because it's impossible to manage risk, but I kind of wanted to have that captured and narrated. So we've gotten, I have not activated the trade control panel or the ability to trade with Bookmap. Well, we have 10 minutes here, so I guess I could continue with that. I'll pick up the pre-market again where we left off, but in order to trade with Bookmap, you need to activate the trade control panel with this button right here. And then you need to select a way that you will interact with the application to trade with your mouse. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade with a mouse is this active data column. If you choose dome, the only way to trade with a mouse are the dome columns. And obviously both is both columns. You need to be real careful over here because any miscue or any time you click the mouse right or left, you're going to be in a trade or a resting order or something's going to be happening that you probably didn't plan on. So that's an important thing to remember. But I believe that trading with the mouse on Bookmap is more precise and faster execution than keyboarding. I do have keyboard hotkeys set up, and I traded that way for years. And you can do that in Bookmap with all three, chart, dome, or both, any of the three selected. But you have to have the focus of the computer on the Bookmap app or this browser window here in order to have that keyboard work. So that's a function of Windows and OS. It's got nothing to do with Bookmap. The next thing I do is select multi-brackets, and I use a risk-neutral trade strategy or philosophy. What that is real simple. First, you need to trade even number of contracts in the package. In this case, is the smallest package size, so it's 2. There they are. You have one stop for the entire package, and you set the ticks for that stop at however you determine to do so. Risk, most importantly, would be that it takes into account your account size and risk tolerance, risk management, and then volatility of the market. You can use ATR, harmonic rotations, chicken bones, black magic, whatever. But however you set this, then the T1 or the first risk neutral scale and target is automatic because the size of the first profit target is half of the package, and the ticks are the same as the stop, but in obviously the opposite direction. This is 12 ticks short, and then these are going to be 12 ticks long. That's how it works. But Bookmap is smart enough you don't have to assign one setup for short and one setup for long. It automatically knows what you're doing. And then there's a runner. If you want a bigger package, for example, here's a 4 lot. Guess what? 4 contracts, 12 ticks. Half the package, 2 contracts, 12 ticks. Then 2 runners. That simple. I then usually use the multi-account trading, which I'm not going to activate today because there were some issues with that yesterday evening, and the full package is not available. Well, I don't know. Let's see. Full package is not available here, or was not. Yeah, see. These are the contracts are not available. So it's something's screwed up on the back end. Them. So I won't be trading today. I may restart Bookmap or at least IRT and probably have to restart Bookmap if that situation, not IRT, I'm sorry, Rhythmic. So we've got 4 minutes till the non-farm. Anyway, let's get back to it. Let's assume that that's all set properly. The next thing I do is confirm that I have the right package selected here by the volume or the size. And then I click the button again. So I get the real estate back for my charting. This window shows the exact same data as here. I don't pay attention to these things because I use multi-bracket. So I have the same data up here and displayed in ticks because I don't believe you should trade your P&L in dollars. And then I have a cancel and close all button, so I don't need to have that trade control panel open at this point going forward. Let's see now. Coffee hasn't started kicking in officially yet, so I'm still grogging along here. Bear with me. Just some general housekeeping, which I forgot. The disclaimer, obviously the stream is not for financial or trade advice. The disclaimer is in the description. I'm not monetized in any way, so the pure motivation for this stream is to serve as my virtual journal because I don't multitask well. So for me to be focused on trading and be screen snapping and typing and stuff is not a good idea. This seems to work very well. I like it. Besides, streaming it to YouTube provides ultimate transparency and accountability. There is no question yesterday at whenever that was, just before 10, I think, when I entered the trade, my narration was, leading up to it, anticipating it, what my thinking was, what my entry was, where the stop and 2 profit targets were placed by multi-bracket, and how I managed the trade. That is there for all posterity, recorded very cleanly and very specifically in the chart. So and then the corresponding numbers tie together up here. So it provides that. Another reason I stream to YouTube is because I can monitor or review the streams on any device. Now we've got coming up to a minute for non-farm here, so that's what we're waiting for. And then I'll finish my coffee and my homemade croissant, thanks to my sweet gal friend, wifey poo, partner. Pick one. The boss is what I typically refer to her as. Anyway, so it's morning's coming on. It's 27 degrees C, which is about 80 Fahrenheit here. Looks like a sunny day going to happen, which is not a surprise. And we're going to have this non-farm payroll here in less than a minute. This is Bookmap. This is IRT. You see that we're well below the close. So depending on where they open this thing up. And just looking at the, now with non-farm coming up quickly, I would imagine that this book is just going to go dark here. And dropping down to inside bids, it's 13, 19. Let's try to get it out. Now remember, this is 5 ticks wide here, 5 handles wide. So it's been quite a drop last night. Here we go. There's the non-farm payroll report right there. So we're at a low of about 63, and they took it right down to the century number and 22. So that swing was 22 handles wide. A bit more, yeah, I know. A bit more meaningful probably when I scroll out. Now this is $1 high here. Each price level is $1 or 4 ticks, 1 point. And you can see that we are 23 to the century figure 63, so 22 handles wide on that swing. But actually, I've seen more volatile, to be honest with you. I don't see any intention on anybody's part putting in a barcode right up here, or zipper, as Murad used to call them. A little bit of a delay. Oh, big delay here. We got 46 milliseconds on the ES. Looks like the stuff is keeping up okay. This is the NQ. Remember that. We're still in the RTH session, so ETH, Jesus, I can't talk yet. Got to look around from my flight bag and get out my little sign that used to slap on the panel, engage brain before starting mouth. Yeah, well, it's not a surprise. There was a lot of negative news in the form of random chaos, the chaos crowd or whatever that somebody called Chaos King, or somebody came up with that one. I think random risk is the most accurate description of what's going on that side of the society. And we're just, big swing as usual, and now we're sweeping in. So those numbers were, big drop. A big drop. Unemployment is up by nearly a full percent. Unemployment rate is up, and a big drop, a big miss of 17,000 in non-farm payrolls. And now at 8:45, we will have the global S&P global PMIs, and this little number right down here at 9 o'clock, the Michigan one-year inflation number, these Michigan numbers, it never has a 3-star impact, or which is how they rate them here on investing.com. Or that number, always be cautious of that number. It always seems to move the markets. And financial Jews had to say, well, there we go. So unemployment has come up almost a full percent, not quite, since July, across 23, from 23 on. We were pretty much stable until the election, and then it's just been moving up. That is the reason that the unemployment and to a greater degree, the inflationary numbers are exactly the reason that the Fed is not cutting rates. It seems kind of bizarre to me that they keep, especially the president, keeps pounding on them to do so. But it would be contrary to the mandate of the Fed, as I understand it. So now, if unemployment continues to rise, that may take the focus from inflation. We'll see. But the tariffs are supposedly all kicking in today. And then the impact of them, perhaps we can measure, because we haven't been able to really do that. We're going to tariff China and all these things, and then those tariffs were rolled off for 90 days. They're to come due again, I think the 12th of this month, and there's already been several conversations about that they will be postponed again, so I don't really know. That's bottom line is I don't know. Not an unexpected non-farm payroll, but not really a particularly drastic one, to be honest about it. Right there. Boop, 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 boop. How the markets will open and react to it, when everybody's out of bed and had their coffee, that's another story. But you can bet that there's a lot of eyes on the non-farm payroll every month. It's the non-farm payroll, in case you're not familiar, is that the first Friday of every month. And usually it gets back to the scene of the crime after a while, which would be conveniently the overnight volume point of control is where they had that just when we had the non-farm. It opened right, or the non-farm came out right here, but pretty close. Close enough for government work anyway. Now I'm going to let this, I am going to let this coffee kick in and hope for the best. I'm hoping the stream is trickling down the hill. It looks as if it is. It looks like it's been open for 37 minutes. We're a couple of, some housekeeping that I didn't get to in the early. Before they open and before the number, I'm not monetized for this stream in any way. So, I'm in it for, as I said in my pre-market comments, it's my virtual journal. And the point is to focus. That is my focus and my intention. And if I can share this with anyone, and it helps, that's great too. That's like a win-win as far as I'm concerned. Hey, Richard, morning. Or good afternoon, sorry. I thought I'd fired up an hour earlier today for the non-farm, and then I woke up late, so I was hurry, scurry, and blurry, and I'm just now drinking my coffee and having my croissant. I hope everything's good on your side. As you know, the tariff drama heightened a bit, and this is our overnight, so inventory was essentially 100% short. I mean, not really, because here's the close. We had this little bit and this little bit, and then down we went. We've been down here all night looking to open about, I guess, where are we here now? 62, I guess 63. So we're looking to open about 60 handles down. They should be real pleased, real proud of themselves. Apparently there was a lot of drama. I haven't read back through the history and, all the financial juice story, but I will at some point. Non-farm. Now we do have a global S&P manufacturing PMI, and at 8:45, so after our typical open. And then, as I was mentioning, we've got the ISM PMI at 9 o'clock. So still more big numbers to come. And I'm sure you're aware, but in case not, these Michigan numbers never have a 3-star, but very, very, very frequently that's a market mover. And then, we have the random risk. You can bet that's going to be the mic and camera opportunity, or allure of the mic and camera will be too much for them, and they're going to be the usual suspects will be in front of them as much as they can today. around all of the, let's see what we got down here. Where is this? All of this talk about Trump is just really frantic about other things, I guess. And so this is a real misdirection opportunity here, is what I would think. The Fed is doing exactly what they're supposed to do, and the market has been rewarding them or showing their approval of the Fed resistance to cut and, strength to hold their ground by continued up moves in the market and all-time highs. So that's, I think, just rhetoric and misdirection. Desperately trying to get out of the corner and get some distance away from some of these dilemmas he's gotten himself into with tariffs and the world famous Epstein story. Which I find pretty funny that anybody really cares about. I mean, if anybody thinks that guy is a termite in the baseboard is moral society, they're blind. I mean, how can anything that he would do years ago with Epstein and young girls, how could that be a surprise to anybody, in my opinion? But that seems to be something that the people with red ball caps are all stirred up about or focused on, or I don't know what. Yesterday turned out pretty well. It was just a almost textbook setup for the IB continuation short and played out perfectly to both targets. Let me see if I have this here. Looks like about 9:59 was the entry there. Nope. There we go. I'm sorry. Entry time, yeah, 9:59 was the entry in the stream. So that would be about an hour and a half in. All right, so that was, Not sure that was worth getting up an hour early for, but hey, it is a market mover. And under the circumstances with the issues with the accounts and stuff, I won't be trading anything. But there we have the non-farm payroll. So kind of circle back to the circling back to that pre-market where we left off. The kind of an interesting view here with a zoom in. I think I can get there. So here is yesterday's RTH session. No question about the context there, eh? And here's the ETH thus far. So we continue to hammer it. We're 64.5 up here, and we're at basically down to 63 even. So 150 points to the downside in the ES. There's the non-farm reaction of about 25, 24 handles. And then the usual capitulation back and forth with everybody trying to milk everybody else. And here they are right back at the scene of the crime once again. So what do I think is going to happen today? Well, I think it ought to be pretty obvious. First of all, we will be opening in a gap situation, gap down in this case. I've already preset the, I haven't started talking about the statistics here yet, but I have preset the column title to lower out of range. And again, that's very easy to determine. It is simply where we will open. If we opened right here, right now, this would be our open. So where does this compare to previous close and previous range? Well, here is the yesterday's RTH low. So we're lower than the close and we're out of range. Boom. Simple. Only two criteria. And that dictates then what our statistics will be that we can put in alongside of our session prices, which are pushed and updated, real time from IRT. I guess we could look at that now. The statistics, nothing that I do or I believe that anybody does really in trading is mystical or magical or hyper complicated or anything that should be daunting to anyone. Typically, it's all math, common sense, statistics. That's what I believe. And again, this is my journal, so my ball and bat. It's my story and I'm sticking to it. Anyway, the statistics that I'm referring to come from this study here. Once again, not difficult. The study looks back at 2,000 days. Of these 2,000 days, we opened lower out of range 291 of those days. Now, you'll notice that IRT here, the charting package, will highlight the correct open type And this was where we opened yesterday. So we opened higher out of range yesterday, and we're going to be way lower out of range today. Nice, huh? Got a firm grip on the economy. 291 days, we opened lower out of range out of 2,000. Of these 291 days, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 241 times, or 82.8%. So, let's see, where are we? Here's the overnight volume point of control. Well, what did I say it was? 84.2, I think. 84.2. Boop. That's all there is to it. Well, it kind of helps if you get it on the right level, but, you know. And that's it. Now, what I will do now is go back through, or go down the list. There. It's 82.8. Well, I got that backwards. Well, I tell you, dyslexia is a beautiful thing, isn't it? $82.8. Try it again. Okay, there we go. And then I'll go down the list. So the next suspect here is the IB high, which is a good one. That's 69.4% of the time. Now the IB high, you remember, is the high and low of the first 1 hour of the RTH session. So where is that going to be? That's going to be way in the hell up here. This is the IB low. IB high is above us. Right there. The IB high happens to be right under the previous RTH high because we made that high first few minutes or seconds of the market and never came back. So that IB high is something. 69.4% of the time. So 69.4% of the time, and this is important, IBH. Why did I do that? Well, remember the definition. The IB high and low are just markers for the high and low of the first 1 hour of the current RTH trading session. So the minute our trading session opens today at 8:30, these guys are going to move to wherever that is. And based on where we're trading right now, it's going to be about 35 or 40 handles below us. Next would be the overnight low at 69.1. So now we got to turn around and go clear down here to the overnight low, 69.1. Remember that this study and these statistics only look at the two parameters which I described. The relationship of today's open, potential, wherever that is, as it compares to the previous RTH close and the previous RTH range. Well, this is the low, so guess where the RTH high's got to be? It's got to be above us, right? So we are lower than the close, and we are out of range, lower out of range. Now, it only looks at those two. It doesn't know that the fact that this is falling out of bed because of some random nonsense, doesn't know about war, doesn't know about anything, only those two parameters. So it's pretty unlikely that we're going to get up there to that IB high and those numbers way above us, 50 or 60 handles above us. So that's why these are not firm, absolute targets that you can just sit back and tick off one after the other. They are, you got to remember that they are statistics from the look back data set of 2,000 days from yesterday. And also, you need to remember that the market is a random environment, and that it is a statistical probability that the outcome of the next, or not probability, it's a statistical fact that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. The market can only goes up or down. We put the horizontal movement on it with time. Price just goes up and down. That's it. So you got to remember that you're working in a random, I mean, this is what works for me, right? And remember that this is my journal. And most of the time here, except for a few friends that pass by like Richard and Antonio, whoever, I'm generally talking to myself. I believe that what you tell your subconscious mind, it believes and makes happen. I think that's a well-proven psychological fact, I believe. I think, anyway, and I believe it. So that's part and parcel of the story here. That's part of the motivation of the stream. And my narration is the only way to get the component of what was I thinking into this stream. You know, in a typical journal, you'd be writing those thoughts down. All right, back to the mission at hand now. The overnight mid is 68.7. And that little beauty should be living right around here someplace. Well, the overnight mid is going to be way above us, I guess, because, yeah. Oop. No, man, come on. I need to go back to bed, Richard. And then we have the previous low, 67.7, and we know where that is. That's right here. Oh, man, come on. Come on there. And then the IB low, which is 60.5. Again, I don't think a very valid thing to be worried about. It's right there. Trust me. This is that green boy right there. Come on, man. Yeah, there's the IB low. 60 something. Now, there's one thing that is interesting is 44.3 is the close. Something that's interesting or worth repeating or bringing up here. In a trending market, by general understanding from market profile days, there is no value area because it's a runaway train essentially, and they were looking for value. That's the theory. So this value area low and value area high don't typically apply because there is really no value. The market is seeking value when it's moving a trend or a big direction. That's the common thinking. So I think that's about enough numbers to confuse me for the day. And with this, I mean, look at the day, you know, look at, well, we're not there yet, but pretty quick, I guess. Here's yesterday. 62.94 from 64 half, 63 half, 62, right? So that's 250 handles we dropped, if I'm not mistaken, in the ES. Now we've taken out a bunch of, we did cover over a few of these naked points of control, This was from the 30th. Here was our naked point of control at the close of yesterday's RTH session. So this one, following in my workflow, what I do is I change, if they've been revisited, they're not fresh or active numbers anymore or levels, I change the text to black. So I remember, that was a a naked volume point of control, whatever it is. You get the point. So there we are. That's and we're looking to open down here in a bit. Now I think we're open and running and everybody's happy here. Looks to me like the stream is an hour and change and 60 FPS. Another thing about the stream, which I didn't get to in the earlier comments or the opening comments, I stream this in 1440p, so if it's blurry or your browser's picking it up in 760 or something like that, you can use the little star button and change the quality, and it makes a big difference. At least it does for me. I stream at 1440p at 60 FPS, 60 feet per second. Okay. One thing about the stream in general, I got away from my usual cadence and sequencing. This stream, I have a very strict commitment to take no trades for these accounts off the stream for all those reasons of accountability and transparency that I was talking about earlier. This stream, this account is a TopStep combine or evaluation account. And then when I use the trade copier there, it copies these trades to 4 others. So the idea behind it was, first that stuff didn't even exist when I started, and I had never tried that before. I had a negative opinion about that trade copier thing, and then I thought, well, why? I got to open my mind up, old man. Quit that. So I did, and I've embraced it. And it works fine. Now, I got to say, it works slick as a whistle. Anyway, to continue on, the idea here is that this account, my trading around this, will have complete accountability and transparency from 0 to hero, right? Combine, XFA, live account. And I'm confident that those things will happen. And so this will be an interesting and one of the few, I believe, one of the few actually complete and transparent documenting that process. I think so. Maybe not, but good to whoever else has done it. But that's the thinking anyway. And the thing about the trade copier is pretty cool, and it works like $1 million, which I don't believe it's that they've got them quite ready for live trading. I know at TopStep you can only have one live account. And TopStep does put you on a live account with a brokerage, you're fully funded, and you have a 1099 or, all the tax implications, everything is, and it's a real brokerage. It is past 99, I think it's called, or past whatever the brokerage. And it's actually the same clearing broker that Tom uses. It's a straight up, it's like AMP or anybody else. And it is a fully live account. The way you can tell if somebody's trading live, by the way, on a real funded live account, not a live sim, but a funded live account, when they put an order in the market, that order is reflected in the DOM. So if they don't show the DOM, they don't show that, then there's something to ask about. Now I have, let's see, I'm trying to get back to where I might be next. Okay, we're at 8 o'clock, so I'm way ahead of the usual cadence here. I've gone through the risk neutral two-lot package and how you establish or set up the trade control panel. Yeah, well, I'm going to have a slash of coffee and a big bite of my croissant here, so I'm going to put this on mute. Well, when you zoom out like this non-farm payroll doesn't look like much, does it? Well, except for the fact that I was behind the curve when I woke up this morning. It's kind of nice to have a little extra breathing room. It seems like I'm always kind of in a crunch when I start the stream at the typical time of 8 o'clock. Seems like I'm always hurrying through the T-Labs thing, getting the snap out late and all that. All right. Well, here we are. Non-farm payroll is out. We're about more or less 65 handles lower than our close. 50 handles below the the range yesterday. So that ought to wake somebody up, I guess. Gap rules will apply, of course, obviously. We had them yesterday, also gap rules, but from the tops, from the high side. Yeah, who says this market is not volatile, huh? We go from higher out of range to lower out of range in 24 hours. All strictly driven by news reports. And don't forget the earnings story, right? Microsoft is the first company in the world to achieve a $4 trillion market cap. Wow. I bet that kept Musk up all night. That is one dangerous nutcase, that guy. Wow. And when you throw him in league with the rest of the Chinese fired rail boys, we've got the Keystone Cops, or whatever you want to call them back there. Ooh, scary. In my opinion, scary. Anyway. See what else I can talk about here now. This is actually kind of nice, having a little pressure off and being able to analyze this pre-market. So what would I expect is going to happen here in the big picture? Well, typically, when there's not, a raging trade war and increasing unemployment and increasing inflation, we're short, right? Inventory is essentially 100% short. There's these two little girls right over here, and then everybody else is short. Here's our open, and down we go. I would expect responsive buying, because don't forget, this is Friday, yeah? This is Friday, the first day of the month. So there's going to be some window dressing around options, I guess. And maybe that was all yesterday. But it's the first of the month and it's a Friday. I would certainly expect responsive buying to take some profit. Gee whiz, they've got 70 handles, right? Or 60. Basically, here we are at 73, and we're down here floating around 63 even. So, roughly 70 handles there. Handles, not ticks. Points, not ticks. So I would, if it was me and I had, 50 or 60 points in the bag, I'd be wanting to get some of that, take some of that off. Heading in, not necessarily the first of the month particularly, but heading into the weekend. Especially in this weekend, especially in this environment of random risk, and I believe that this particular weekend, that random risk is ratcheted way up because it's, the first day of the supposed tariffs on everybody. And I didn't listen to any of that crap last night, but you know what I mean? It's been going on for a week. So if you're, frankly, it just pisses me off. So I have a hard time dealing with that. I have a hard time, paying attention to it. And also, I think, and justifiably so, because How many times have we seen 180 degrees out of phase, you know, just complete reversal on what has been said? So, you know, I just take it a day at a time and trade what I see. That's the idea. That's why I pulled back to focus specifically on the IB trades, which have vetted themselves, are vetting themselves very well and doing okay there. And I'm pleased about that. Anyway, so back to the original story. Sorry to divert there, but I would be expecting responsive buying, and then based on the numbers and the economy and who the hell knows what the flying circus is going to say next today, probably lower. But in the outset, in the opening throws of swings and whatnot, I would be expecting responsive buying. So let's see what happens. Right now, we're right down on our lows. And the POC has moved down a little bit, and we're 8 handles off the lows. We do have a naked volume point of control from the here is a micro composite VPOC from the 22nd of July. And here is a naked volume point of control from the 16th of July. So we have dropped from here down a full cadence to the next one, and those numbers I'm talking about are here, right? You want to see the naked volume points of control, there they are. So here's the naked volume point of control, here's the naked volume point of control, and here's that micro composite VPOC down here. Something doesn't look right. Something doesn't look right here. Oh, remember that this is a daily RTH session. This is not reflecting the overnight, right? Now, you can tell where the overnight is. See this little nub right over here? This is one kind of ironic thing about IRT. It doesn't put a line across the chart at price in a candlestick chart or any of the other time frame charts. It does in the TPO. This line right here is moving, right? Or wherever. No, I'm sorry. This is RTH session only. If I tick this over to the full session, okay. Here's the overnight session or the full session, and you see this line at price. It does not do that on the candlestick charts, but this little bit of a nub right here, and the gray price moving up and down. That's where we're trading right now. Here's where we close, and here's where we're trading right now. And, gee whiz, I love it when a plan works out. There's the micro composite VPOC, and here is that naked volume point of control. Oh, isn't it cute? There's the naked volume, there's that POC and the naked volume point of control, and here we are trading right here, right now. You see, it's logic, it ties together, it's not magical. It's math. And I'm terrible at math, but hey, I'm a big fan. Statistics and math. Where am I? 19. Ooh, I'm all about ready for the T-Lab story, and I'm not in a big rush. Isn't that cute? Okay, so the T-Lab. What, you ask, is the T-Lab? It is a bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. Now hold on one second and you'll have a fine example of why I'm not good at multitasking. And that would be Uh, so anyway, the Bookmap Discord chat room called the Traders Lab. This is what you're looking for right here. Every day, early in the morning around 6, I post the numbers. And every day at about 8:20, I post this chart or screen snap of IRT, which has all of the numbers, naked volume points of control, Globex, RTH, ETH, recent profiles, and every number you can imagine and think about up here. And the reason for this was long ago when I first joined the T Lab and was, getting my feet on the ground over there. There'd be a whole flurry of people asking, what was the POC? What's the POC? What was the close last night? All those kind of things. Valid questions. And obviously, everybody didn't have the same kind of charting. So I thought it would be helpful and clear the clog in the chart and help my fellow traders to post this. So I just kind of put this together and I call it the T Lab. And it seems to be a help. Many people have commented that they appreciate it, and a couple people have gone, hey, you forgot the snap or whatever like that. So it seems to me like people still use it. If they don't, I would drop it, of course. But on the other hand, it's only one snap, and I don't make a big deal about it. I just put the snap in, and not a lot of comment, or, there's some people in there that really like the sound of their own voice these days. I'm not active in there anymore, to be honest about it. I read through it, but I don't post a lot because there are several people now that are real fond of their own voice, the sound of their own voice, in my opinion, and a new crowd, right? So I just kind of step back and I'm focused here on the stream. Hey, Antonio. Well, thanks, man. Yeah, it was. It is. It was, yes. Thanks very much. I hit it early this morning, an hour, to capture the non-farm payroll, which, as you can see right here, was just basically after the big sell-off all night. This is about 25 handles, but it looks like just a little blip on a seismic chart, basically. But this is the non-farm payroll. And here we are back down at the lows again. I was just saying to Richard and anybody that'll listen, that I would expect here's the overnight, I'm sorry, essentially 100% short, except for these two little tetons right here. And I would definitely expect that we were going, even though it's, terrible non-farm numbers and unemployment stuff, we still have a couple of other numbers coming out. We got one at 8:45 here, and we've got one at the top of the hour, and I'll try to get to those quickly. I'm so tired of seeing red shit on there. We got the global PMI manufacturing at 8:45, and then we got the ISM numbers at 9, and our old friend, the Michigan number, also at 9. So there's more coming down the pike. But I would be surprised if on these first opening swing, et cetera, we don't get responsive buying. I mean, that's a hell of a lot of profit. That's 70 handles there. That would be substantial, some substantial profit going into, and also bearing in mind it's a Friday, and it is the first of the month. So you can take all of that for a grain of salt. But another thing to remember, typically in a big, well, here's yesterday. There's yesterday's profile. There's no value area. It's a trend day, absolutely, and there's no value area, and we close right on the bottom. A little bit of excess, so it's not a poor high or poor low or weak high or weak low, but we definitely closed on the bottom, and it's a trend day, so officially there's no value area. But, you know, okay, we're going to open in about 4 minutos here. That's the end of my foreign language experience, skills. And, you know, more of the same. Now, Antonio, I don't know if you're aware, but you don't execute on TopStep, you execute on IB. So you wouldn't be affected, but they had a big and continue to have a big issue with their data and platform yesterday afternoon or evening, and it is ongoing. I am not going to trade today because I don't have the other the other 4 accounts aren't showing up for me to copy to. Now, yesterday worked out magically, and I'm not upset about that at all. Nor am I upset about the fact that I likely won't trade. I will not trade today because I don't have my accounts set up properly on the back end for the trade copy thing. And the 2 accounts that are there are some random deal. I've sent I feel like I should question them just to make a record of the fact that I've sent a question to them, but I know they're up to their ass in alligators. So there's an old saying that we have that it's hard to remember. The object was to drain the swamp when you're up to your ass in alligators. And that's where those IT guys are right now at TopStep. I'm sure they've been probably working all night. And maybe they have it sorted out by now. I didn't shut Bookmap down. I didn't shut Rhythmic down. And so I don't know. But it's one thing I was going to try to do. We're going to open in 2 minutes. One thing I had thought about doing, and I may do that right now. I'm going to shut down IRT and see if this this freaking column resets. Now, I've talked ad nauseum about my computer and whatnot, but I, was looking at Armory Crate yesterday and even afternoon in the stream, and CPU is about 30%, and the GPU is about a little less than 30%, and RAM is about 33% utilization. All temps are good, everything's good, and I'm still getting lags and goofiness. So I really don't know what to say at this point. The typical troubleshooting things I go through. I'm not a Rod or a Palantir guy or anything like that, so I'm kind of at the fringes of technical ability, building computers and doing what little coding and IRTE kind of stuff I do is about the end of my story. Anyway, we'll see what happens. I've shut IRT down now, which will probably fluster somebody over in the T lab because they're not going to be getting their levels right. And I am sorry for that, but here we go. Let's see if this resets. If it does, I'll know that that's something important. And if it doesn't, I won't worry about it anymore. And now I'll get these opened up a little bit there. We're at 5 handles high now. And 2 seconds. Come on, reset, mother. Nope, that didn't affect it. So that it's got to be, as far as I'm concerned, this has got to be an issue with Bookmap internally. Right now, this program is the only thing running an i9 12900K with 64 gigs of DDR5 RAM and a NVIDIA RTX 3060 GPU with 12 gigs of onboard RAM. This is bullshit. Completely. So there you go. Well, I'm glad I did that. And there we go for the first migration. And I'm not seeing any responsive buying over here. Let's see if this works now. Come on. Okay. Now I got to get IRT back up so everybody doesn't shit themselves over there. Wow, that's just... Okay, now I'm going to reach out to Elaine and say, okay, this is just extra stupid. What's going on here? Yeah, yesterday was the boy's birthday. The baby boy. Not much of a baby anymore, that's for damn sure. Okie dokie. Well, IRT is back in the saddle. So those levels are pushing. Yep, there we go. And that's not accurate, but it'll be there in a minute. This needs to be down here, of course. And the IB high is a little bit off too. However, we don't know if that's this freaking volume profile or obviously the price action is down here. So this has got to be the IB low. Looks like this is the correct IB high right up here, which would suggest to me then that this thing's wrong on the top side. Son of a bitch. It's so, you get lulled to sleep with this stuff just working. And I'm one of those, if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of guys. So if this stuff that I use is working, sometimes I add new things or try stuff that somebody says, and I do it on a different tab over here, like testing or the back testing or one of those things. But typically I leave everything as was, and that's what I use. Those are the tools I use. So when things start going haywire, I'm a bit taken by surprise, I guess you could say, or, annoyed, and then I need to dig into why that could be happening and start isolating stuff and try to do that in an intelligent fashion, not change, don't change 13 things and then you have no idea what fixed it or not. Got to change things one at a time. So the IB high here is something about 63.12 from the looks of it. And that would be right about there. So this is not working right near as I can tell. Let's clear the resets and see if it bounces. Oh, that went the wrong the wrong way. That put something lower and not higher. Yeah. Okay, well, Worry about that bridge when we get to it, I guess. If we get to it. I'm also the kind of a person, by the way, that if I have issues with data or platform or something like that, it is absolutely no problem for me not to trade, because I want to have the confidence of knowing that what I'm looking at and what I'm using is working, you know? Well, I guess it's, you can, so much for my responsive buying. Straight down, baby. Of course, it's only 6 minutes in the market, but still. Now I've got to get way, let's see here if I can do this. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, here we are. Are you looking at this? Yes, here's yesterday's RT. I went back to RTH now. Here you are, and here we are. So we are very, very definitely in a gap rules situation. And this is a trade what you see day for absolutely sure. Really disappointing. This thing with Bookmap is especially disappointing because it's expensive. Time I pay for the $40 a month for level 2 rhythmic data and MBO data and the Global Plus and all that bullshit, it's expensive, and I don't have a lot of excess discretionary income anymore. There we are, a little tick back up. So let's try to get this normal now. We're still 2.5 handles wide here. Oh, where's my little session marker here? I'm all sleepy today. I'm not. That whole start the stream an hour early deal got me all discombobulated here. I think I've remembered to do everything. Yeah, the passage of time and age and all that stuff it's hard to explain how that your perspective changes as you get older, and then you just, like my son's birthday yesterday, and he's 53. How the hell did that happen? And it's amazing because he keeps getting older and I stay the same, So I don't get that. Actually, he's 52. We had an argument about this. He's born in 73. I said, well, when you take, 2025 minus 1973, that's 52, dude. He goes, yeah, but you're not taking into account zero. And I said, Jesus Christ. And he graduated cum laude in math from the University of Colorado. I mean, even I didn't even need to take my shoes off to figure that out. And I believe I'm right. Now he may be, and then he'll forever hold it over me. But anyway, July 31st, 1973. Imagine that, huh? Boy, there's a lot of water under the bridge since then, I'll tell you. Oof. And here we go, lower, baby. Nobody is liking this tariff idea very much. or anything else that their Keystone cops are putting out over there. The sounds of it. I don't know what kind of news. Now we have news at 45, remember. So we've got the S&P PMI at 8:45 in 11 minutes. And then we've got ISM manufacturing and everything at the top of the hour. And the Michigan number at the top of the hour. So if you're trading, use caution, I'd say. Or if you just threw a short out there the minute the market opened, you're just happier than a pig in the mud, and who cares, right? You're down 20, you're up 20 handles, and you're thinking you're a genius. Man, almost 50K. Almost a 50K reduction in non-farm payroll. What do you think about that, Donnie? You doofus. Yeah, baby. Here we go. Okay. It looks like the IRT is plugging along here okay. That's good. The IB low seems to be pretty accurate, but the IB high is still off as far as the volume profile is concerned from Bookmap. And I typically always lean on IRT as the gold standard for my data. And I am cognizant of the fact that it can get haywire too, but you know, with IRT, there's a lag, you know, I can tell which of the data sets is lagging and by how many milliseconds and stuff like that. So there's a little more, and maybe those kind of tools in Bookmap. I don't know. Like I said, I'm kind of if it ain't broke, don't fix it. If I've got this set up like this and I figured out how to copy these work spaces one to the other, and when I roll to a new contract, when I roll it, so I don't change stuff much. Creature of habit, I guess. So we're 28C so far this morning at 8:43. We've got that PMI, S&P PMI, I think it is, number here in a couple of minutes. Be cautious about that. And then some more at the top of the hour. S'mores at the top of the hour. I'm almost disappointed that shutting IRT down just before the open didn't fix this column story. Now it's a bigger problem. Now it is a code problem, bug, whatever, in Bookmap, which is something I can't do anything about other than get on the horn to Elena and you know, see if I can get it sorted out, or hope that something gets fixed on the next update. And I was able to come up with a workaround, which is this double click thing that works fairly okay. But it's annoying, you know, for 2 years and $300 or $400 a month or whatever this stupid shit costs. I would expect this to reset like it's supposed to. And there's the reset configuration at time 8:30. Blah, 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 based on my computer clock, you know, and it worked for years perfectly. It's just annoying. And I know I sound like Karen, but you know, it's annoying. Now, wow, look at them go. They are really having a lot of fun. Now we're down to 62 and a half, basically. Wow. Well, there's that big. Is this the start of the crash that everybody's talking about? There's no way I can check if that TopStep story with the accounts to Rhythmic has been fixed without shutting Rhythmic off, which would, of course, be a pretty big speed bump in the bookmap and IRT world. So I think I'm just going to be content to figure I'm not trading today and have a watch here. I did configure, just for the sake of the stream, I have activated the 2-lot, or the risk neutral package, and set up the trade control panel and all that stuff to illustrate how that's done, like I do every day. So, well, I didn't want to do that. That. One thing that I don't point out often enough, perhaps, to anybody using Bookmap here, the minute you change instruments, the trade control panel goes to off. This is the NQ, by the way. So you notice that it's off, right? And you go turn it on, both, go back to the ES, off. That can bum you out if you're, jump from one to the other and then think you're all set and ready to go for a trade and start clicking hell out of things and nothing happens. These golden lines here are when the system is aggregating data. You'll notice this, whatever this thing, data ingest subsystem down here. When this thing gets too busy for itself, it'll start putting up red bars. If you zoom in, if I can make it happen. There you go. See, if I zoomed in and zoomed out, get this big red bar down here. And then it throws one of these yellow lines across here to let you know that that's what mode it's into. And I got no clue why it does that. Having said all of that, I will say that, almost weekly, the volumes in what we're trading, ES, and those is increasing exponentially. Yesterday, for example, the daily volume was up 150% over average volume. So these programs, especially IRT, was built 10 years ago, and for it to be able to swallow and digest all the data that's coming to it is a pretty big reach. And sometimes it chokes, I guess. Bookmap does, because it shows you that it has, both here and down here. So, I recognize that. Let's see what's going on. Speaking of that. Well, oh, Christ, we're at 230% volume so far today. Nah, it can't be true, huh? Wow. That's pretty... I would have never guessed that one. I'm going to throw this over there in the static just to show those guys. Wow, that doesn't even seem real, does it? That's pretty phenomenal. I'm kind of 237% volume for this period of time today. I find that pretty hard to believe. I'm about I'm about ready to call bullshit here. I don't know. I don't know. Can that be true? I guess so. We've already traded 600,000 contracts. Where'd that go? We traded 600,000 contracts so far on the ES. This started at 1,700 last night. Now, typically this would be, well, about half of that. So, yeah, I guess that's about right. We don't usually get over 1 million contracts till well after, into the 1330s, 1400s is my experience. And you can go back in the stream, and when you're busy clicking all those thumbs up and subscribe buttons, and review those streams and see if I'm full of crap or not, but I don't think so. Not even a glimmer of anticipation or thought looking in that rearview mirror, is there? Look at that. Down we go, and we are only at 8:50, so we've got another report coming out at the top of the hour. Not much happened here at the 8:45 number. Let's see what happens at the top of the hour and with old Mr. Michigan there. These dots, or these bubbles, or whatever you want to call them, I don't have them set for 3D. I'm trying to lighten up the load memory-wise as much as I can, and I don't care. These are delta. The color is determined by delta, and the size is by number of contracts. So there's both buying and selling right here, but the delta ended up sell side, just for sake of explanation. And these liquidities, these illustrations here, these light bars here are reflective of resting liquidity in the book. So there's 133 contracts laying down here at 5,500. 6255, let me be precise, not 5,500. Well, I wonder what Tariffs or Us has to say about this today. Son of a bitch. Let's see what's going on in Howdy Doodyville over here. Here's the global manufacturing from the S&P PMI. Looks pretty much the same as Canada, huh? That's interesting. We had something like 2.8 billion contracts on the sell side last night at the close. The MOCs. Okay. I haven't even looked at what numbers are coming out today to really remember them, to be honest with you. I don't mean numbers, I mean earnings. You can bet somebody's coming out today. Exxon, Chevron, oh, it's the energy, so. But not a lot of them. And most all have reported, all of them reported before the close. Jesus Christ, before the open. Football. The little sun logo icon here is before the open, and the little half moon guy or quarter moon is after the close, in case you're not familiar. And remember that both Financial Juice and investing.com are free. You can pay for them both if you want to have more, I don't know, up to the minute or real time or something like that, but I don't, and I try to make everything associated with this as easy and light as possible. The only things that are not are Bookmap and IRT and Rhythmic. So that VPOC migration is working out like magic, isn't it? This is probably a day we're taking that thing, well, at least up until now, would have been pretty much of a no-brainer. I did anticipate, wrongly so, initial responsive buying to take some profit, but not the case. Sold off basically 50 handles since the open. Oh boy. The fact that a lot of people are missing is, with this tariff story and this Captain Goofy and all this, oh boy, we got this percentage of tariff out of somebody or something else, just like the European deal. If that sticks, who knows? The tariff originally in place was 10%. So according to the incorrect boasting by the dear leader that he got across-the-board tariffs of 15%. Well, so that's a 5% increase. However, the dollar has devalued because of all this tariff crap, 20%. So to America, it's a net loss of 15%. And all these morons with, they need to loosen their red ball caps because maybe they got them on too tight. They're marching up and down, clapping and all this crap, and they don't even know. They don't know they just lost ground. Their disposable income and their cost of living their cost of living just increased 15%, and their disposable income based on a fixed income just reduced 15%, as I understand it. It's just really amazing. Really amazing. Ooh, they're getting kind of tight down here now. We're getting into the wiggle area here. And again, remember that there's really no recognized value area in a trend during or in a trend day. Five handles wide, that looks a little tight, doesn't it? I mean, a little. It looks less dramatic, but remember that we're 5 handles high. to get it out to $1, it's going to be kind of tough, I think. And still have the entire, ooh, look at here. There we go. Yep. There's Chicago and, or the Michigan number and the PMI. That's working out great. What a goddamn idiot. ISM Manufacturing in the dumper. And the Michigan number. What's the Michigan number all about? I've never understood why they don't put that Michigan number 3 stars. It always has an impact. Michigan inflation says it's inflation expectation. So I guess, oh yeah, it's 4.5 and it was 5. So it's worse than forecast, but it's an improvement over previous, I guess. But ISM, manufacturing, construction, spending, and everything else is in the dumper by 1.5%. Okay, great. Look at that go. Whoa, baby. Look at us go. Gonna have to narrow down here because I can't keep them all. I can't keep them in the zone, in view. What a mess. Pretty darn disappointing. That's faux show. That is faux show. I know I can't looking on the music there. I was looking for a funeral dirge. I think that would probably be more apropos than anything else. I don't see any funeral music here though. Of all the days to have this kind of a sell-off and I'm unable to trade. Now, we all know that I've been vetting the IB trades, so I'm just, being a Karen here bitching about not being able to go short, but it's not funny. Let's see, is everything working? Well, I'm all confused here now this morning. I'm all out of whack because I'm my. Let me see where I am with the schedule here. The gap rules are playing out perfectly, huh? That's for sure. If you're trading them, trading the market, that is. I don't even know whether TopStep's crawled out of their hole yet or what's happened over there. Huh. There we go. I think I'll leave that off to not be putting any more weight on this thing. Sell the pullbacks, huh? That's the mode of the day. Trade that Antonio's favorite VPOC migration trade there. I got to be careful saying that. We know it's a joke, but GA was thinking it was that was seriously your favorite trade, and I cleared that up pretty quick. What does that say? Oops. I'll tell you, the gap rules have certainly worked out, though, and to be honest, so is the VPOC, and this is probably one of the few days the VPOC migration would have been a relatively easy trade. By golly. So we got a little bit of a pullback, did we? No, higher lows, higher highs. Wow, look here. Boom. So we've got higher lows and higher highs. A bit of a pullback, eh? I still think it's a pretty far cry to think we might close the gap anytime soon, but you know, there you are. This is the static journal that I've talked about, where you can enter your trades directly and very easily from Bookmap or Rhythmic, but Bookmap's a real snap to do. And you can also, Rod has also provisioned it to that you can enter missed trades, missed vetted trades. It's kind of the Tom's version of the error cost calculator, or, the rubber band on your wrist or whatever you want to have it. So that's, I sort of hesitate to show this stuff, but then again, it's the journal and in the thinking of transparency. So this is it for my account here, for this account for July. And notice there's only 5 trades. These are live trades, verified live trades, count balance, win rate, blah, blah, blah. And there's the trades, and you can see everything about them. You can open them up, and I think, hold on a minute. Let me see something here. What day? Where'd the 31st? Okay. I haven't put that screen snap in there yet. Let's look at this one. Oh, it doesn't show that. I've put a screen snap in for each one of these. That's kind of weird. Huh. I got to put that in there. Well, I was going to show you how slick that was, but I'll have to do it. Well, I guess I can probably do it. I'll do it in a minute and then circle back to it. But here's what I was going to try to illustrate. Show missed trades. Now, first thing that's important before I do this is I only enter a missed trade here that's absolutely qualifies for the trade I've been working on, which was one of the 2 IB trades, and number 1. And number 2, I only enter them with the basic 2-lot package, no, trade management where it's going out and getting a whole bunch of extra points on the runner. And what I was trying to show you there with that screen snap was that I do in the downtime between market close and the RTH Open, I trade just like normal in replay that whichever one of those trades it is, or later in the night, and then upload that whole thing across to Static here. But watch this if you want to get sick to your stomach. 5 trades, right? Look at the difference. So it's a pretty interesting, I know I've done that for many of these. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. This is what it looks like. So this is how I do the replay. I very definitely identify that it's a replay, and you can see the progress bar up here, not to try to be bullshitting anything, but to be capturing and learning from it. I'm surprised that I didn't put yesterday's real one in there. I'll have to go back and look at the screen snaps and upload those. And it's real simple. It's just drag and drop. So that shows you what not taking a vetted trade will do. Right there. All right. So, I hope that's meaningful. It is for me, so that's why it's captured here in the journal. And, yeah, there you go. That's bizarre that I don't have that in there, to be honest about it. Excuse me. Wow, excuse me. I'm going to put that snap on there before I forget it. So here we are back to the mid. We're above the VWAP. The mid, we are retracing back. Be pretty funny if they got a squeeze on them, wouldn't it? Unless you're short, then it wouldn't be very funny at all. And we are still not at an IB statistic yet. So I can't trade, nor would I. But matter of fact, I'm putting that off so I don't have a bit of stupidity here and accidentally. Oh, look at this. 1,024 contracts sitting up here at 94. Wow. That's some size, huh? Wow, that's pretty incredible. And so the way that this works is, and you just take the screen snap and drag it in there. Boop, there you are. And now that's in there with full commentary and everything for the for that trade. And I'll go back and do these other three that I thought I had already in there. That's pretty surprising that I don't, because I'm real diligent about that kind of thing, about, you know, doing the snaps and the full description and blah blah blah. What's going on here now? What happened to this? There we go. And Mara was asking me questions in static, and I wanted to get that post in there to see how to do that. And I try to be as transparent and clear as humanly possible, because, you know, think about it. Who am I trying to bullshit? Me? Amazing how many people do that. Now, I don't know, a couple months ago, Rod posted a similar synopsis of his month's trading, all live, which is, of course, what this is. It was about 43 grand. So he's really doing well. I mean, just consistent, ticking it over, doing really well. It's really great. I'm really happy for him. He seems like a good guy, you know, willing to share stuff and not, you know, some obnoxious dork that wants to in love with the sound of his own voice, whether it's in a chat room or wherever. Which is probably funny for me to say, because here I stand narrating this, but you know the reason why I am, right? It's the fact that it's my journal, and the only way I can get what I was thinking into the stream and the recording or the record is to narrate it or talk about it, voice over, whatever you want to call it. Always try to be real honest and factual and straightforward. I do anyway. So once I get over this hesitation to enter, get a few of those missed vetted trades in here. And I also don't put any of those missed vetted trades or in a static journal that I haven't recognized in advance, narrated about in here in the stream, and then for whatever stupidity reason, brain fart, whatever it is, not taking them. You know, it's not like I go back in the rearview mirror and go, oh, hey, look at there, I'll do that, and I'll do this, and I'll do that. That is a dangerous habit, I think. So I'm not going to do that, because it gives you a false sense of what you're doing. I try to be real measured and prudent about those, because it would be real easy to overdo that and then, you know, make a mess of things. Well, we're coming back off the bottom. We have just crossed the Great Divide right here for the IB statistic, okay? And we all know what that IB statistic is. And it goes like this. There is, first, it's an old well recognized, well proven, vetted by just about everybody, including my statistics study, that there's a greater than 97. First of all, the IB is just the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Today, that's huge. That is 63.11.50 or 11 to 62.43. That's a 50 handle range in the IB. Okay. Anyway, it's the high and the low of the first 1 hour, meaning that after 9:30, the low will cease to move down and the high will cease to move up with price, and they are fixed. The statistic is then active. And the statistic says that in all four open types, whether it's higher out of range, in range, lower in range, lower out of range, which is where we are today, gap down, there's a greater than 97.5 or 7% probability that we will take out, price will exceed the IB high or the IB low at some point in the balance of this RTH trading session. That's a pretty, substantial statistic, right? And there's about a 22% chance probability that we'll get both high and low. Pretty slim. Now, the real killer is, let me just make sure that I've gap low. Yeah, so here you go. 97.7, 98.2, 98.3, 97.6% probability that the IB high or low will be taken out in any of the four open types. Here's the statistic for both. 31% of the time, both will be taken out. But think about this for a couple minutes. If this is the statistic, one or the other, that means that a 2.4% probability neither will be taken out. In other words, an inside day. To me, that's pretty amazing, and that's a nice way. I try to look at statistics from both ends like that. Now, that won't do you any good right now, but for example, if we're fluffing around down here with price and it's gone past 230, 1430, there's a hell of a good probability we're going to come down and take out the low. There is a 2.3% chance we will not take that out. That we'll stay inside. I've traded that a couple of times, and I think that, that resonates with me a lot. Another way to look at this statistic, which I picked up from Murad Askar, who is FT71. Once you've taken one and you've satisfied that 97%, there is only a 31% you'll take both, meaning that you have more or less a 70% chance that you won't take both, that you'll only take one. So if you've traded down near the one you've already, near the breached statistic, let's say we've taken out the high and we trade down here somewhere, you got a 70% probability to take a long down here and trade back a mean reversion, because there's only a 30% probability you're going to get them both. Another way to look at the statistics that are, I'm busy pointing around over here and making a fool of myself. Okay. So here's what I was talking about. There's if you're trading down here and it's late in the day and you haven't taken either of the IB statistics, have not been hit, either the high or the low, there's a 2.3% probability that you'll stay in here. So what a great opportunity or probability to trade for that, the nearest one, late in the day. Murad's concept was, if you've taken, for example, the high, and now we're trading down here, there's only a 30% probability that you're going to take both. So you've got a 70%, roughly 70% probability to go long down here, and then it's going to revert back to the mean and go your direction. Different ways of looking at statistics that can help out or be meaningful, or whatever you want to say, baby. So there we go. That's everything I know about the IB. And I have been vetting the IB, as I've talked about a lot. Those are the only trades I'm taking for the next little while. I think I've pretty well vetted it, but it's working out well, so why, if it ain't broke, why don't fix it, right? It does kind of restrict you because you pass up a lot of opportunities that are apparent, especially apparent in the rearview mirror. Boy, looking back here, you just knew that was going to test down there and then it was going to turn around and go the other way. Maybe. I can't bullshit like that with a straight enough face to pull it off. What happened? Are we rich yet? Maybe not. I think this weekend I'm going to man, my eyes. Wow, excuse me. This weekend I'm going to pull all of that historical data back into my local journal, which is I can do easily from Rhythmic. I hope. Just to make sure I've got an extra backup, an extra way to analyze stuff. I think I really enjoy that program. I think it's slick and great, the work he's doing, but all he has to do is click delete, and then there goes everything. So I always believe in having extra copies somewhere. And you can't, that is a strictly hosted thing. So it's, not a desktop thing with data stored locally. And I would be quite shocked if that ever happened, but hey, he could get hit by a bus this afternoon. You never know. So could I. So could anybody. But you know what I mean. It's always better to have. And I'm not a complete rosy about all this cloud stuff. I mean, I have a lot of things on I'm in Dropbox for years and all that. But I try to keep a local copy of things I feel are important. Of course, you could always have a EMP, I guess, that would take that out, but what are you going to do? I mean, the only other option is to microfilm or print everything, or you know what I mean? That's a little extreme, I guess. I have a Synology NAS that I used for years. It's a DS1515 with 5 old-fashioned spinning hard drives, and it's a real backup system, and it saved me a couple of times actually with the restore function from the backups. But I'm a little bit hesitant to fire it up since we got over here from Asia, even though it's multi-power, so it'll work on 110 just as easily as it did over there on 250. But I wish been trying to figure out a way to economically convert it from the spinning disk to SSDs. I have no idea. It's not top priority in my thinking, but a lot of stuff. I need to switch out the CPU and add another couple of sticks to RAM to my old Dell workstation too, because that's my old friend, and I got to keep her going as long as I can. Well, let's see now. So I guess if you're Tom, this is a price check at aisle 3, kind of, sort of, maybe. It's what it is to me, is a test of the developing value area high. However, it's important to say again, well, come to find, typically in a trend day, you don't have a value area, as I said, but look right here. Okay, doesn't that look like a pretty even distribution? A pretty Gaussian distribution. Now there's these little 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 little mini girlfriends up here, these little distributions, but basically we have excess on both ends. And taper, we've got a POC more or less in the middle. Now, I don't think there's a question about yesterday being a trend day. Let's see if I can figure out how to show you that. Yesterday was pretty trendy. Oh man, I haven't switched my damn charts yet. That's got to have everybody upside down. Oops. That's really stupid. That's got to have the T-Lab people upside down. If they pay attention anymore. Maybe they don't. Don't know. I need to do that because I've explained this before, but it doesn't hurt. The value area, high and low, is, there's our gap, and here's our trade. Okay, boy, that's, somebody remind me, Antonio, you're dropping the ball here, dude. One of us is supposed to be thinking, and I thought your day was Friday. Anyway, the reason I need to do that every day, and every session, every start of the RTH session, is because right over here somewhere, let's find one. Wow. The developing value area high and low are always for the current auctioning session. But with IRT, the definition here for value area high or value area low is for the previous auctioned session. When we're in the overnight, having it on full session on the IRT charting, this value area high or low correctly reflects the previous RTH session. But the minute we open the new RTH session, this would suddenly then reflect the previous auction, which is the just concluded ETH. So I need to switch my charts from full session to day session so that the levels push to the folks and over here for me, but mostly for the folks in Bookmap or T-Lab and wherever, so that the value area high and low reflects yesterday's RTH session. And I had not remembered to do that until right now, when I started looking at, whoa, now, come on, don't get crazy. I started looking at the, I was going to make a comment about the developing value area high, and that just struck the chord, and I remembered to glance across there. So, oops. And I have no idea. I mean, maybe everybody over there is using somebody else's stuff. I don't know. Who knows? I know Alan M. He pinged me a bunch, and he had some guy that he said was his mentor that wanted to know all about how to do that. And, well, they didn't want to use my levels because they wanted to be responsible for their own or something, which is all fine. And I have no problem showing somebody how to do it. How to push the session prices here to Bookmap and the Cloud Notes column and export them through Google and all that. And I did that. But I always had a suspicion in the back of my mind that they're selling those levels to somebody, or, you know, seemed kind of fishy to me. Maybe it's just because I'm paranoid, and I think he seems like a nice guy. He's a fella from up around Park City in Utah originally, and I think he's living in Salt Lake now, but because he works, I think he works a night shift at a hotel out by the airport. What I have gathered. Seems like a nice guy. Seems to be really taking off. He's one of the bigger contributors in the new rising shining stars there in the T-Lab. So here we go, girls. Coming up on 10 o'clock, no remote idea that we're going to aim for a IB. If you had to guess now, what would you think? Well, there's the overnight VWAP, mid, RTH VWAP, VPOC. And here's the overnight low, or the IB low, and way up. Well, not so far up above us, because what is this? That's the mid, right? What does that mean? That means right here is equidistant IB low to the IB high. So we're leaning towards the low. Certainly doesn't mean we're going to get there. The high, the IB high, the IB low, the mid. Common sense, right? And that's another reason, again, that I always try to keep the full session in view. Yeah, if it would stop jumping around. Keep the full session in view here. So it's much easier for me to have a understanding of context and situational awareness. Not showing any inclination to get close to that gap. That's for damn sure. The gap. Today's trade. No. Oh, and I was sleepy this morning. Damn, boy. I didn't even get close to thinking about half of this stuff. I don't have my gaps entered in here and noted or anything. I better get back to sleep immediately. And where is the previous RTH low? Oh wait, this is not gap high, this is gap low. What am I doing? And then we need to wander up here to find right there. I base my gap things and all that on range. Some people use value, some people use open and close. I use the range. I just, pick one and whatever sounds good to you or feels good, use it. But I want to be sure I articulate that. Okay, there we go. So we've crossed over the VPOC half a dozen times. The naked volume point of control half a dozen times. And what else we got going on here? Got another couple of, there's another gap high and a gap low, and I think we got another, don't we have another? No, it's quite a ways below us. Another POC, naked VPOC down at 61.45 quarter. That's pretty far down the list there. I'm sure I probably have it in here. Let's check and see, shall we? I tried to. Well, looky there. 61.45 quarter. Yep. So gap low, naked volume point of control we'll take out. These are small gaps and naked volume points of control from days gone by. In keeping with my workflow, We'll change the text of these no longer current flags. Boy, we just tagged that on the open. Isn't that funny? I mean, not exactly on the open, but pretty damn close. And these are always interesting where we gap past a level. Now in the overnight we got there, but remember that the gap is these gaps that I'm talking about, like here is RTH, one's RTH session to the other. The overnight traded through there and down we went, of course. What are we going to do here, guys? Are we going to take out this IB low statistic? One of the things that I very definitely want to reinforce in my own thinking and share if, hopefully helps. I found it very unprofitable to trade to the statistic. In other words, okay, here we go, baby. We're under the VPOC, we're under the mid, we're under the VWAPs, and we're trading toward we're going to take the IB low. Get short right here. That was a real losing idea for me. I realized in looking back in my journal. That's the benefit of vetting these trades, looking at that, for example. So I learned from that experience that I wait and talk here and, drink coffee, whatever it is, until the IB statistic is hit. At that point, I scroll in, I analyze what I think the market is going to do and what I anticipate is going to be an IB continuation or an IB failure. And those are the only two trades that are associated with an IB that I'm familiar with an IB, the IB statistic. But this anticipation trade to the IB stat being hit, big mistake for me. And like everything else, if it works for you, knock yourself out. Take it every time you see it. So here we are, stuck in the middle again, huh? Isn't that an old song? Something to the left of me, something to the right. Here I am, stuck in the middle again. I forget what was on the left and right, but there you go. Something we've talked about a lot in here, at least Antonio and I have, and I think Richard has been in on it a couple of times. But for the benefit of anybody who's not, this is my journal, and it is what I think and the way I trade. Absolutely not the only way to trade. Or do I say it's the way you should trade for profitability? I try to share and be as transparent as I can about my thinking. Sometimes I feel real redundant talking about this stuff over and over again, but I'm conscious of the fact that it seems like new people are floating through here all the time. And I believe that your subconscious mind listens and enacts what you tell it. So if you continually tell your unconscious mind that you're a loser and you can't trade, guess what? You're going to be both of those things. If you are reasonable, now, I don't say that I'm going to stand here and say I'm going to be an 8-figure trader by the end of August. I don't think that's realistic either. Because my subconscious mind's going to, oh, you better stop smoking that rope, dude. You know? I think you have to be realistic, but you have to think as the half glass, half empty, half full thing or whatever. So I believe that. Anyway, there is no specific method that is the correct way to trade for everybody. This works for me. It satisfies me on a lot of different levels. I need some sort of assurance and logical progression towards things. Antonio and I have talked about. There's a young fella named Dakota, who's also from Salt Lake or from Utah, incidentally, who's one of the better coaches and traders on TopStep TV. He doesn't use volume bars at the bottom. He doesn't use any indicators. He doesn't use any lines on his chart, any volume profile, anything. He uses a 5-minute chart and I think a 100-tick chart on TopStep X, which is a pretty stripped down program, and makes money hand over fist. Good for him. What a pleasure. And I will say it to his credit and to TopStep's credit, live and live and on air. So much like I'm doing here, that it's recorded on YouTube and it's live, they going at it live. Sometimes it's a combine, sometimes it's his live account, but trading it in the moment, I should say, live and direct. It may be a combine account or it may be his live account, but so there's every different which way you can possibly trade. And then there's guys like VWAP Jesus here, and who has 9,000 lines on his, anchored VWAPs after every 15 seconds. I don't know, man. It looks like there's no way I could trade that. And Tom, actually, when Tom makes a post of his screenshots, I couldn't trade that in a million years. I can't even see where price is. There's so many bubbles and things going on, and it works for him and it works for a lot of people, and that's exactly what they should be doing. This is what makes sense to me, and that's why I have it here. But by no means do I belittle anyone or say you shouldn't do that or, anything else. If it works, Merry Christmas. Good for you. I do say things like, I believe trying to be a scalper nowadays and compete with the algos and things in very short, risk reward scenarios is probably, I don't think has got the long-term benefits or potential success rate, simply because with all those little micro trades, you're exposing yourself to the market and to risk. And we know, absolutely, we all know that the market is random. right? It's a random environment. And so the least time you can have risk exposure, I guess the better off you are. Now, obviously not trading at all is the maximum. And that's, paralysis by analysis has been one of my problems lately. But, again, you need to find a happy balance and whatever works for you. In the olden days, scalping was it, but a lot of people think, well, I'm just going to scalp for a couple of ticks or whatever it is, a couple of points. I'm not sure that's, if they properly vet that technique and capture the data, I would be real interested to see how that works out profitably or not. But, absolutely go for it. Go for what works. So what's going on over here? Well, the heartbeat is beating, so that means we're getting data. That's a good thing. We've kind of settled into a who the hell knows deal down here. Right in the middle of our distribution and our mid and our everybody else. And this stupid damn line right here really irritating me. This is an issue that is not correct, and I know exactly what that is. That is the Globex VWAP. Why it is suddenly plotting like this, I don't know. It's the exact same line as that, and it should look like that and plot in that same configuration. You'll notice that it's, what does it say? 62.90 quarter. What do we got up here? Oh, well, look at this. 62.90 quarter. Well, that says 62.90 half, but no, it says 62.90 quarter. It's the right value, but this bullshit here is not right. There should be a line coming off of over here. I was trying to deal with that last night. I don't know. Oops, I'm not showing you the right screen. Here's what I was talking about. But what the hell? And the interesting thing is, it just goes off. It's like it just starts calculating here, and there's no reason for that. And it's like Bookmap and the volume profile, RTH volume profile. This thing has worked for. I started using IRT in like 2014 or something. So this isn't like my first rodeo with this thing, And I've tried all the usual suspects: download the data, scrub the data, da-da-da-da-da-da. And it works for a while, and then all of a sudden this shit happens. So I'm kind of at the point of giving up. I can also just turn the damn thing off, but that isn't correct in my opinion. So that's why I'm explaining, I guess, why this is looking like this. It's, it's working perfectly in Bookmap as far as the session prices and how they're pushing. So nobody's going to be misled over there in TLab or Static or anywhere that's using these levels. By the way, if anybody wants to use these levels, then in the sound of my voice here, click thumbs up, drop something in the chat, and I share these freely and openly with whoever could want them. This starts plotting at 1700 on Sunday evening and runs through 1600 tonight. Actually goes to probably tomorrow. I'll shut IRT down, but yeah, you can drop them into your Bookmap or maybe adopt them to another platform. I'm not sure. Live and direct. And if not, well, good. Good too. Also good. I'm not sure I actually finished the whole TopStep plug that I do every day. Yeah, not TopStep. And I can't think. T-Lab. I know I did the snap and talked about it during that period, but I'm not sure that I did the whole pitch because of preoccupation in the open, etc. So Monday's another day, huh? I do that. I've done that every day for over a year, and well, for a couple of years. So I guess I'm doing my what I feel is a contribution to Tom and his efforts, and I think everybody ought to be really appreciative of that. I know I am, even though I'm not in there all day anymore because of the stream, which is actually a suggestion of Tom's. Narrate your day, do all this kind of stuff, and at one point at somewhere we all talked in there about using OBS and doing your own narration, because then you can record it, which was a real aha moment for me because of not being able to multitask very well. I'm dyslexic also, so that typing and doing that is an issue. And therefore doesn't do me any good to have this stream up that I'm supposed to be narrating as my journal continuously through the day and be over typing in a bunch of crap in the T-Lab. There I go again, trying to multitask. So that's the reason for that. Certainly nothing about the T-Lab or the people there, or very definitely nothing about, Tom. Purely selfishly, I wish he would trade live and call trades. Frankly, I don't see anything wrong with that in real time. I think that's how you learn. I learn faster that way. Let's put it that way. Yesterday was a nice day. Clean as a whistle, textbook IB continuation to both targets, which results in 60 ticks, no heat, basically 16 minutes, which is funny because getting to that second target seems like a lot longer than 15 minutes, but that's what it is. And that is the way to do this, approaching trading as a business, not as a video game or a gambling, in my opinion. And remember, all of this is my opinion. But it's an opinion shared with a lot of people who are successful at trading. So, well, it's kind of cloudy today. That's good. Not so hot. It's only 30 C, 84 F. So far at 10 o'clock, 10:19. Ooh, Antonio, it's getting to be Tom time. Pretty quick for the Friday, man. And then it's Kisamba and rum drinks. Or whatever. Whatever your choice there. And the little moninas. My son was over there. He came over to visit, stayed for a while. And that was so he got to experience Angola, and then after I left Angola and took my business to Johannesburg, I ended up in Johannesburg from Nairobi. He came back over, and we went up and climbed Kilimanjaro and got a lot of good memories there. Africa was great. Went to Kiwayu, down on the Kenyan coast, north of I can't think of the name of the island off the top of my head. It's the Kiwayu was a fantastic, beautiful resort, small resort thing right on the Indian Ocean there. It's the place where those Somali guys came across and killed killed an old German woman and some people staying there. This was, long after I'd left Africa, but a lot of good memories in only in sub-Saharan Africa, never across the top. Basically Ghana, Zaire when it was still Zaire, is now the Republic of Congo, Angola, Zimbabwe, Kenya, and then South Africa, Johannesburg. More or less 10 years. Well, boys and girls, what are we going to do here? Everybody vote. Are we going to go down and get that IB low? That would be the anticipated idea, right? Certainly not written in stone. And, how many times in this stream have I said, and have you noticed that we'll come down and do one of these maneuvers and then take out the IB on the other side? I don't have a statistic on that, but it happens enough that it, sticks out in my mind and I mention it frequently. More as a cautionary tale than anything else. That's another reason why I don't ever recommend trading to the statistic. If you're in the chat and listening to this, and even if it's English is not your language, drop something in the chat, say hello or whatever it is, or click the thumbs up. I see numbers piling up, views, concurrent views, all this stuff, but I'm only really aware of Richard and Antonio and me, typically. I don't, and I am absolutely not Mr. YouTube or Mr. Influencer, so I could be out there like left field, like Pluto or something, but the numbers say what they are up there on OBS, and I assume that's what they are. I don't know. Curious. Let's see now. What random risk is going to sneak up and bite us? According on the docket, we're all done. And we've got a Chevron earnings call at 10 o'clock. That's pretty weird. It's quite a delay because they either report before the open or after the close, but I guess they can have an earnings call whenever they feel like it. That's weird. Or that's according to Financial Juice over here, or whatever this is called. Yeah, Financial Juice. So, of course, we've got Fed's guys speaking, and these guys that want to jockey for position to make sure they've got job security when Powell leaves. And I don't really know. I haven't read back through this or looked at any of the other Financial Times or anything that's more of a real reporting than these goofy guys over here. As far as what happened with regard to all the tariff story and all that noise. I'm sure it's not good, but I don't know, actually. Yeah, nothing. Here we are. And the rest of what we have is this today. Yeah, today. And so we've got the some news out of, well, we got the rig count, which is, if you're a crude trader, that's real important. It's actually pretty important to the economy at this point because it's, having come from the oil and gas energy industry recently, this drill baby drill bullshit was everybody in the industry going, what is wrong with that guy? The last thing we need to do is that. Previous to the last election, America was the top exporter of liquid natural gas to the other world. Exporter. We eclipsed Saudi Arabia. The year prior to the election, we had produced more oil and gas than ever in the history of the country. And crude was at 80 bucks. Now it's not. The last thing they want to do is start hitting the frack or drilling more. And on top of that, last week, they did an about face. They originally put an additional 25% tariff against China for buying oil from Venezuela. Last week, the administration gave the green light to Chevron to start pumping Venezuelan oil. You just have to wonder, yeah, you too. Oh, yeah, I forgot about it. Yeah, GA. He's kiloton over there in TopStep. God damn, I keep saying TopStep. T-Lab, by the way, Antonio. Have a great weekend to you guys, too. And a good stream. So, yeah, I really don't know what to think about it all. But here we are. Tapping our nose on the value area low, developing value area low. And we've got the IB down there below us, but remember of the scale here, right? This is 15 handles or more. And let's see what else is happening, if anything. I don't see anything going on here. And no sooner than I said that, look here. Are you looking at? Yeah, look right here. I didn't even notice this, but there you are. Chevron expects Venezuelan oil to start flowing this month. Well, that's a big help, isn't it? Wow. Unreal. Let's give Maduro money. My God. And I see, I'm not sure if you saw the news, but yesterday evening, the president of El Salvador was just given the green light to stay in power forever. They removed the term. So I would assume that that might be an idea that is explored here and other places. Essentially, we've got a new Castro now in El Salvador. No rule of law, throws people in prison with no anything. No due process or anything. It's just pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. And one of the things that has nobody has said a word about, the U.S. just rounded up and exported what they called illegal aliens. I don't know how you know that without any kind of due process or anything, but that's what they did. And they deported them to El Salvador, that big prison, for which we are paying him, the El Salvadorian guy, millions of dollars a month. But we're, cutting big government, and Doge is firing people that have worked for the government for their entire career. It's a pretty crazy world, man, over here for sure, in my opinion. And not, I guess it is political in a way, what I'm saying, but I don't mean to be, but it is just shocking, at my age to see what's going on. I'm granting a $1.3 billion contract to build a concentration camp, a big detention center out in the middle of no place without air conditioning or anything else. For people who are denied due process, they just go round them up in the middle of the night and throw them in there until when? And it's really amazing to me. But it seems to be a certain group of people that think that's a great idea. For me, it's 100% reminiscent of the late 30s in a Northern European country. It's exactly the same playbook. Well, this is just irritating right over here now. But I'm not going to worry about it. I can't really shut things down at this point to see about if they've made any progress with the account on the back end through Rhythmic. Otherwise, everybody would lose their levels and everything. I'm going to step away for a minute here, and then I'll be... the minute I do, of course, we'll go ripping out the bottom for the IB stat, probably. All right, here we are. What is going on now? I'm not seeing any potential news disasters here, which is pretty. And it's worth saying that entirely possible that we just rotate back and forth here and close the day. You know, there's trade what you see, not what you think. That's really important. Well, that just refuses to do what it's supposed to do, and I don't know why. It works fine on the other charts. There's something peculiar suddenly with the calculation of the Globex. And now it's okay for a minute. And now it's not. I'm not going to bother with. I'll sort it out over the weekend. Now these this line and these levels here are for my benefit. This does not affect the levels which are pushed, the session prices which are exported to and end up over here in Cloud Notes. In other words, this is the Globex VWAP, which has given me all the trouble. It's plotting perfectly and accurately. The plot is the VWAP from Bookmap. The flag is coming from my RT. So it is perfectly aligned. However, it's kitty wampus over here, you know. I can turn it off if I am so annoyed. Oops. By just going like that right there. Boom. Boop. Doesn't affect what's being pushed, but it is frustrating why it's doing that. Why this? I have to also look back. You know, go to the IRT website and refresh my memory as to what these numbers are for or what they represent. I see this big goofy thing here. I've set it to 0. I've set it to 1, and I've also looked at other charts that are working fine, in other words, the NASDAQ, and it is the same number there. And that doesn't surprise me because what I typically do is, for example, this chart, the NASDAQ, I copied this one, pasted it here, changed the symbol so I would have a similar configuration and all the export stuff for the NASDAQ Cloud Notes columns. Why it's working perfectly and this isn't, I got no clue. The joys of trading. Ooh, and here we come back up to the mid, baby. 1040 to the mid. Yeah, I guess. I don't know, Richard. I don't know. What's the feeling over there about? I mean, what's the general, bar chatter or mujimbo or whatever you want to call it around this tariffs and all this noise. Of course, UK is not part of the EU stuff, but oops. Apart from the fact that the guy's just a basic joke, I mean, I think that's what I've been told that everybody pretty much thinks. Definitely a legend in his own mind. There's no question about that. Somebody had an interesting comment that what his real goal in life is at this stage in his life is to be the richest person in the world. And the only way he can achieve that, given the short period of time he's got left, I mean, not that I wish him to die tomorrow afternoon or that he will, but he's 80. So, he's definitely, as am I, pushing the envelope. The only way he can do that is with crypto, because it's basically, smoke and mirrors and a Ponzi scheme. And that's why he's so embracive of the El Salvador boy. And his family is, in the crypto scam up to their eyeballs, all of them. An interesting concept I hadn't thought about. I would say that makes perfect sense. I mean, that would definitely be when you've got an ego like that and you've gotten to what he has achieved, and he's been elected twice. You gotta hand that to him. I have to, hand that over to him. What other goals are there left? And I guess the richest man in the world would be one of them, because that's, have you seen that he's going to build a $2 million ballroom addition on the White House? And it's going to be all gold and chandeliers and all that Trump crap. He's turned the Oval Office that way too. If you've ever noticed the press briefings, it's all now gold candelabras and just Rococo Louis the 14th goofy shit, boy, in my opinion. But his taste has been that way forever. Back when he was when he first started his reality TV career, and he was, his the Taj Mahal, the casino in Atlantic City that he bankrupted, and it's just standing vacant. Who the hell goes broke in a casino? I don't know. It's a weird times we live. For me, very reminiscent of the late 30s in Northern Europe. Absolutely. Or Italy, I guess. Well, boy. It will be interesting if we achieve the 2.5% probability or statistic of not taking the IB high or low. My guess is we will not, because of just the sheer numbers, right? But you never know. I'll tell you, I don't know if I told you this, Richard, or if I mentioned this before, but one of the best times I had in memories is when I spent some time in Durham. That was okay. Well, that's a shame. But yeah, one of the best times I had was in Durham. What a beautiful, picturesque storybook place. I was only there a week or so, for work. Went up there to do some stuff, set up a database and a project management system for a company. But beautiful place, beautiful time. Yeah, that river winds through there, and the big castle on the hill, and great. It would be a killer place to be a a college student, in the halls of the castle and all that. The university is integrated right in there. It's really pretty interesting about immigration. That's got nothing to do with productivity. That's what they talk about here, I guess. Try to keep that on the forefront when, what the thing that's happening over here that I see, or I believe is what's happening, as long as it's not happening to you, and it's kind of a human thing, just like traders are a perfect example. It is a statistic fact that 90-something% of people who try retail day trading fail. But there is a huge number of people who continue to try, and that number and a huge number of people come into it every day, because everybody functions with the concept that that's going to happen to that guy, not me. And that's the story over here. Who the hell do they think is going to sit 12 hours a day and screw iPhones together in America? Nobody. We got past that part of the evolution of the country, and that's why it's great that a country that is developing those kinds of skills in production do that work, and we do the stuff that we've evolved to do now, which is the higher value technical stuff. I can't wait to see them bring an iPhone plant over here, and then they say, okay, we need 5,000 people, and you're going to work 7 days a week or 6 days a week, and you're going to get $500 a month. It's just horse shit and bus tickets. Nobody's going to do that. All this, we're going to onboard, we're going to bring back chip manufacturing and all that. It's going to take 10 years to build a fab. What's going to happen in the meantime? There seems to be a huge disconnect between the rhetoric that a certain group of people want to hear, and which the current outfit is really happy to serve up, and reality. Just my opinion. It's like the story with going around with no badges, no name tags, face masks in the middle of the night, and rounding up people and taking them to a detention camp and exporting them to a third world country they've never been to before, where they're thrown in a prison and there's absolutely no due process or anything. What the hell? Yeah, that's a page right out of the Nazi playbook, I mean, it's amazing to me. But nobody says anything because it's not happening to them, I guess. That's the only that's the only way I can explain it, or that I can understand it. I find it so strange. So strange. Almost surreal to me, actually. And maybe the concept is to take the economy in the country down to a point where everybody is, like the Dust Bowl or the Depression in the 1920s, when anybody would do anything to make any kind of a salary. So they figure, well, if we completely destroy you financially, then you'll be happy to screw iPhones together for $500. I don't know. I mean, that's a theory that I've seen floated by some, and this is all, I just, I'm not an economist, so I just more or less analyze what I read. I really don't know. And of course, they don't care because, that inner circle doesn't care. They're all, they are all doing things that would normally be considered unethical or perhaps illegal, and making millions of dollars, and they're making the rules, and, passing the laws and making the rules. So, pretty weird. I think the only option for somebody like me is to just keep your head down and your ass up, you know, and don't make waves, I guess. Yeah, I suppose it is. Well, now we're on the other side of the mid and just dancing along at the highs over here, which is coincidentally the Globex VWAP. What the hell's going on? The mouse is working backwards. That's pretty weird. There we go. My goodness. Well, 11 o'clock, almost. We've crossed the RTH1 boundary. Now we're into RTH2. And we are basically just in a rotational, pretty well balanced day if you look at it from a bigger picture, right? Boom, boom. Got some excess on both ends. Not quite as much on the bottom end as we have the top as far as taper goes. Right up at the expected move for the daily expected move. Interesting that they gapped down and opened exactly on that expected move. Yeah, I'm not saying that any of that means anything or that it has any meaning, but it's the truth. It's the facts, Jack. I'm looking for something that's gonna kick this thing in the pants, I guess. And I have no idea what that might be. Typically, it's some sort of a news or number that disrupts the auction or, you know, provides a bit of impotence. The non-farm payroll is typically everybody's biggie. And that was about a 20-point swing either direction and ended up right back at the scene of the crime. And then now we're off on this extravaganza. And I'm not flagging my migrating VPOCs. I guess I'm fading here. A sure funny day before yesterday. This is a pretty much typical day as far as VPOC migration and stuff. Maybe, you know, a bit extreme for... these are 5-point handles right here, remember. But I think it was day before yesterday, we only had 2 movements in the VPOC all day in the whole RTH session. If my memory serves right. I would typically wind this up, but I can't get them in close enough. Well, there's a point and a half, 2.5, I mean. Well, hello, Panda. What's up, little Panda Danda? Uh-huh. And now what? And now what? They better hurry because my lunch is out there getting getting cold, and I'm thinking that sounds like a pretty good idea. Back to the scene of the crime here, or price check at aisle 3, whichever euphemism you want to use. We still have this, was actually traded over, to be honest, right here, but only by a couple of ticks, right? Or points, I should say, 5 points, or, oh no, hell, it's damn near 10 points. This expanded range has got me misjudging the scale. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. 11:02 Central Standard Time. I think that's lunch 30, isn't it? Or maybe nap 30? Today is purely, for me, is purely an exercise in maintaining the continuity of the stream and my workflow and my process, vetting and narrating what we're doing, having started an hour early for to capture the non-farm payroll. But there's been some account issues, nothing on my side, but with the data on their side, so I wouldn't be taking any trades today, even if I wanted to. But that certainly doesn't mean I'm not interested in it, and we'll continue the process and narrate what we're doing here. Share the best I can. If you're trading well, go for it. Knock yourself out. I mean, there's one hell of a mean reversion trade, isn't it? Did you know to do that? I don't know. I wouldn't have. But that is clearly a mean reversion trade. And, if you've properly vetted that trade so that you know you have a statistical probability of some edge, then your job as a trader is to take it every time it presents. The mean reversion in that context, that would be one I would really have to look at, because obviously the mean reversion happens a lot. How many times during a day in every trading session do at one point we make a low and then trade the other direction? Pretty common, I think. So that's one to definitely think about. I picked the IB trades to vet first here on the stream because they offer an opportunity to have a structured trade in a rotational environment and in a directional environment. The IBC is directional, and the IBF, which is IB failure, is just another way of saying a mean reversion trade. So it's rotational. So that gave an option to go either way. I don't know how to shut that stupid stuff off. Whenever you scroll over the top of something, it opens up all that noise. I mean, I don't do it very often, but it is kind of weird. Takes me by surprise, actually. Well, we got through that VWAP. Now we're up to the overnight low. We are very definitely at the highs up there at the open. Here comes a fire truck, so I don't know if that's going to be loud in the background here or not. Oh. I think I'm going to lean into lunch here. This looks like pretty quiet times at Ridgemont High for me. Once again, I would suggest do not try to trade to the statistic. See what happened right down here. It was not the statistic. This is only 9 o'clock, but you know, and a similar situation could happen right up here. I suppose if we can take this open, which happens to be, you know, the also the IB high, or the high of the day so far, that there's got to be stops up there, and that would be getting us back into the gap. Not far, but into the gap. And here is the overnight volume point of control, which has an 82.8% probability. So that would be pretty likely. Trade what you see, not what you think. That's what I would anticipate. Now that we've moved off, you know, these lows and this larger distribution down here. Here's another thing to think about. The POC is here because we've traded 11,949 contracts so far in the RTH session. What do we got up the road here? Yeah, there's 6,800, 5,500. We need another 6,000 contracts here. To get this POC to migrate back up this direction. So that wouldn't be on my radar at the moment. We kind of came through here and didn't look back much. So I would suggest use caution, trade what you see. Sitting on your, remember there are 3 positions: long, short, and flat. And they are all the best decision and the best position in certain circumstances. Each of them. Right now, in my opinion, because I'm not a mean reversion trader and I am doing the IB continuation, the IB vetting right now, and I can't trade because of the data problem over at, what's his name? TopStep side. I would think flat's the best positioned at this moment. And I'm going to go have, see what Mama's rustling up in the kitchen. And I'll be back. Well, we're edging up, but we're not, right? We haven't gotten into that little tail up there yet. I wish there was a way I could figure out how to just be patient, I guess. Check this thing out with Rhythmic. Now I trade, as I said earlier, the TopStep via Rhythmic, and which powers both Bookmap and IRT, Investor RT. And yesterday, absolutely no problems. Copy trade to all 5 accounts for that thing. For the trade there, the IBC. And, there's no problem, no issue, no sweat, no strain. But apparently there was a big fallover with the data and whatnot via TopStep X at some point in the time. And that got their back end all confused. So that when I shut Bookmap down every day at 1600 to end the stream and compartmentalize the full stream for each day from ETH and RTH together. I have them back, I don't know, 3 years or something. And yesterday, because of lags and a bunch of goofing around, I did the same thing. I shut down and restarted IRT. So while I had them off, and then in that period of time, I also closed off Rhythmic and rebooted the machine, thinking that there was the problem with IRT might have been a memory leak. Then when I rebooted and came back up, 3 of the accounts weren't available. And so I jumped over to support, and they know that there's a problem and whatever. So I'm just, I'm sure, obviously they didn't want it. They didn't plan it. And I'm sure they're working as hard as they can to fix it. So I don't see any use in beating on anybody's head, right? And I understand completely. So I'll just see. And then I restarted this morning early before the non-farm just to see if it had changed, and it had not. So I'll see what the status is tonight. And if not, let's hope for Monday morning or Sunday night. Because I typically turn my machines and my software on. In the case of Bookmap anyway, I will fire everything up at 1700 on Sunday night to go through the full session to Monday night when the RTH close on Monday. So I would like to have everything in order in anticipation of a reasonable day in the RTH session Monday. I think I hopefully explained that right clearly, and why I'm not aggressive or I am narrating but not aggressively. It's actually kind of a great day to have this happen, because I would not certainly be aggressively looking for a trade. The way the market is setting up here, if and when we do take out one of the IBs, assuming that we do, I would be anticipating a mean reversion, because that's what we've been doing, right? It would also be interesting to see if we take neither of the IBs, and that would be one of the very rare occasions where we have an inside and don't take either one of them, which is a 2.5 or whatever it is % probability that will happen, that we will take neither. That'd be interesting. Hope that by example, the idea that you don't have to be in a trade or, foaming at the mouth to put one on is really important. All those old sayings, they got developed for a reason. And that's, need to take that on board, Trade what you see, not what you think. It's a statistical business, so you find a setup and the parameters that have a statistical edge based on a statistically significant data set, which you collect. That's what I'm doing with the IB stats now. So I've identified the IB that I'm going to vet. I know the parameters for that and the criteria that justify the entry. And then I capture I capture as many examples of that as I can with those specific criteria. And the criteria have to be the same when you're in the vetting process. Because if they're not, then then that particular one you captured that does not have the same criteria cannot be included in the data set for the vetting process because it's different. I want to know what % of the time, what probability or percentage do I take a stop? What probability of the trades that I enter with the specific context, parameters, and trigger, do I achieve T1? What % of the time after I've achieved T1 do I achieve T2? Well, if you move T2 from, 48 ticks this time and 92 ticks next time and 24 ticks the next time, none of those can be considered statistically significant for a data set. So that's what you've got to do. That's what I'm doing. And I'll tell you, it gives you gives me a good sense of accomplishment, confidence. I don't know the right acronym there, or adjective, but I'm not in a hurry, As I said earlier, I'm not even remotely looking for a trade to execute until 9:30, because that's when the IB statistic becomes active. So at, over in here someplace, 9:07-ish or something, I can start anticipating that. Okay, what's going to happen? And at that point, zoom in. If I think it's going to be, that it's going to be, a trade setup that I should take. And that means that you don't try to predict where the market's going. That means that you take the setup and with the proper criteria, and you understand completely that the outcome of the next trade is 50-50. So you're going to take stops and you're going to have winning trades. That's approaching trading as a statistical business. And after you've established that, the fact that you have an edge and you've determined what that edge is and, you know, how big that edge is, 5%, 10%, whatever, by mathematics and statistics, then you rely on the law of large numbers to manifest that edge to your bank account, trading account. And that is exactly the philosophy used by every one of the most successful traders that I've ever looked into or listened to. And I've looked into and listened to a lot of them. Eventually, it comes around to the number of occurrences or the probability or its statistics or the edge or the whatever. They're all talking about the same thing. Mark Douglas, Jim Simmons, Paul Tudor Jones, Ray Dalio, Tom Sosnoff, Trader Tom, the best loser wins guy, Tom B in the Traders Lab, Rod in the Traders Lab, me here now, you know what I mean? It's from the top most successful traders in the world all the way down. Everyone I've ever listened to comes around to that at some point in their discussion or their book or whatever it is, which is gives me a warm and fuzzy feeling that I'm on the right track and that is the way to approach trading as a sustainably successful business. And if you prefer to gamble and whip and spur and click that mouse like you're killing snakes, that's completely okay and up to you to do that. And if it works out for you, good for you. If if you've got a nice job and it's like gambling, if you've got a nice job and you want to go, I'm going to take $1,000 with me and go to Las Vegas, and if I win, great, and if I lose it all, by the time it's time to leave, I lost it. You can do the same with trading. But that's not where I'm coming from. I'm going at this because I need a consistently profitable, sustainable business. And now we're coming back to the med. It will be pretty interesting if we do not take... I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen a day, I surely have over all these years, that I just wasn't aware of it, where we didn't take either of the IB statistics. I have to have, because it's a 2.5% probability, which that would be 4 or 5 days, I guess, out of 2,000 that occurred. And I've been watching the market for more than 2,000 days, I guess. Oh yeah, I must have seen it looking at the statistics of it. By the way, as far as statistics, I guess I forgot to mention that if it sounds familiar, besides all the successful traders in the world, the most successful traders in the world, it is the law of large numbers and probabilities or statistics is the business model 100% of a casino anywhere on the earth. They play no games which they have not identified a positive edge and specific rules. On the casino floor, when they play that game, their only mission in life is to play that game as many times as they can in 24 hours, because they know the law of large numbers will increase their bank account exponentially, right? That's how it works. And they don't ever change the numbers. They know traders will win, or gamblers will win, and we know traders will take stops. When a gambler wins, the pit boss doesn't zoom over and shoot the dealer or, change all the rules. They just deal the next hand or spin the wheel the next time. Gives me comfort to approach it from that position. Confidence, I should say. Peace of mind. You're never going to get away from the emotional side. All that wiring that's cooked into us through evolution. FOMO, hide, whatever you want to call it, fear of missing out, wanting to win, wanting to be right, all those things. But what you need, and you can never eliminate them. That is a fool's game. What you need to do is recognize those emotions and those feelings and not act on them in terms of trading. And I will say that the risk neutral philosophy that I use here is huge for me in that regard. I cannot begin to tell you the difference in emotional feeling and thought clarity and all that stuff the second that risk neutral scale comes off. The minute I have that, and the worst that can happen is a scratch, I know I'm not stupid enough to move my stop away from entry. So I know that the worst thing absolutely that could happen in that trade is to scratch. All of a sudden you can see that market. You can start anticipating if you might need to trade manage by bringing the stop closer to the entry or, trailing up or whatever it is you decide to do. Typically, I've kind of noticed that if I leave it alone, it seems to be the best approach. But huge psychological difference. Speaking from, me, and this is my journal, and so there you are. Okay, we're approaching the world famous 12 o'clock. This is a pretty weird day, boy. Right back and forth on the mid. Right on the mid. So I'm going to go gather up some water and stuff and keep an eye on this. And now we're going to swing down to the bottom side, huh? Take care, Richard. You bet. My pleasure. Thanks for participating. Well, we are. Whoops. Okay. No.
It's at Houston Badminton Center, which is like 20 minutes away from us.
Well, okay, Mom wants to go to the market and stuff. So when is it?
When this fall.
Well, I was going to take a nap, and then we were going to go to the markets. So when is it that you're going to go?
Around like 3:30 maybe.
Well, if it were earlier, maybe we could do it all in one swoop on the way out. Take you on the way back. You know.
Well,
Talk to Mom about what her plans are. She's going to say about me, because I ate, which of course put me in a coma. I was going to lay down for like 30 minutes and then we go. So it doesn't take us more than about 2 hours. Oops, sorry about that. I thought I was on mute. My daughter's needing to go to a sports facility, badminton tournament today or something she's in. And so here we go. Are we going to take that IB low? How low can you go? Not good for the economy, but yeah. Wow, no IB yet, huh? You would suppose it was going to be the IB low. This would be approaching that area where I talked about another hour or so. If you're still fluffing around down here and you're this close to the IB low, it's a reasonable 72 point whatever probability that we will go here because it's of the proximity and the statistics. So that's something to think about. All right, got to run my wife someplace. I'm basically the soccer mom here also. So I'll be monitoring and be back pretty quick. Have a great Friday afternoon. Remember the statistics probabilities now. There is a 31% probability that we will take out both IB high and IB low. There's a 2.5% probability that we will take out neither. And there's a 97% probability that we will take out one or the other. So if we're down here with, a handful of points, 10 points or so to this IB low in the next hour, it's an extremely good probability that we will take out the close one because it's a very low probability that we will take out neither. So there you go. Merry Christmas. All right, so where are we now? What's happened? Well, we took out the IB low. It was a pretty perfect IB failure. Very nice. Took it out, tested down, back up the trigger, and up. What a great IB failure trade. Wow. I hope somebody got that one. And we're going to have the market on close orders here in about 5 minutes. You know where this place is? 20 minutes from here. There's that direction. Is it towards Katy or somewhere? We'll just have to do that. So we got about 30 minutes till the market on close orders here. My, that's a beautiful, truly a classic IB failure. Wow. Sorry I wasn't here. That's a really great one. And there's the market on close orders. Not much going on there. Airport Boulevard, Stratford, Texas.
Stafford, yeah. I was gonna come in and tell you.
Well, what we need to do now is have a map with the freaking.
Or you could.
Yeah, but what we need to know is where we are. I see where it is. How does that relate to where we are now? That's the problem. South of us. It's way south of us. Sam Houston Freeway. Sam Houston Expressway. This is way down by where you got your hair fixed.
Oh.
Okay, because here's the park. Here's where we live.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Bayou. This is Memorial Drive. So Sam Houston down to whatever. Okay, cool.
Okay.
So another direction. That's what I'm looking to
We
find.
should probably go now.
Yeah, exactly. And the traffic is going to be building out. Well, let me just wait. Okay. All right, I've got to. Now I got to take my daughter. It's Friday afternoon. What can I tell you? I hope you have a great weekend. I will let the stream run until I get back and close her down. Typically, I would end the stream in another 10 minutes or 8 minutes at the cash close, but I'm not going to be here because we need to hit the trail to get her down to where she's going according to the map here. So have a great weekend. Do something good for yourself, your health. Rest your eyes. Get off the screens. Think about risk management and your risk reward strategy. Give some serious thought to the risk neutral trade strategy that I use. You can, size that up or down, however big your account and your risk tolerance is, 2 lots, 4 lots, 6 lots, whatever. Or you could use it with micros, going the other way. So have a great weekend. It's been a good week for me and a good month last month. Welcome to August. Boo hiss boo. I can't believe it. It's August of 2025. Holy smokes. All right. That's as much as I can do right now today. So I'll kick on a little more music here. That pooped out, I see, while I was gone. And I will, yeah. I'd like to end the stream before it's got this big